Picture being entrusted with a hidden truth. There is one phrase so powerful that if you say it a single time, money begins to drift in your direction, as if a silent tide is guiding you toward unforeseen abundance. Your logical side may resist. You might doubt that one sentence could affect something as complex as your finances. Yet a faint signal arises, an internal spark, a slight shiver, because you sense that language is not just sound. Words act like commands, like keys that open doors in realms you cannot see. Florence Scovel Shinn stated this with calm assurance. Your words are your magic wand. Every declaration you speak summons invisible powers that note what you say and respond accordingly. Experiences of lack or plenty are not accidents. They take shape through the verbal patterns you repeat intentionally or automatically each day. Listen closely. You are about to meet a line so profound and spiritually infused that speaking it once can unlock an unanticipated flow of prosperity. This is not a trick or a cheap illusion. It is a spoken decree that aligns your voice with a reliable, inexhaustible source. Take a slow breath, because what comes next is neither financial advice nor mere motivation. It is a sacred action, an agreement between your spoken word and the universe. Before the phrase is revealed, make a first act of belief. Write the statement, "I am ready to receive," in the comments. Consider it a public affirmation, evidence that your inner self is answering and embracing the call of abundance. When you proclaim and speak things into definition, the invisible realm rearranges itself for you. This process moves through stages. First, curiosity rises, then earlier lessons return. Then comes the reveal, and finally the work of permitting a level of abundance that may surprise you. Do not fear what flows from the source does not ruin. It expands, refines, and transforms for your benefit. Pay attention. Your presence here is not random. Something guided you to these words. Perhaps you have been longing for ease beneath bills, anxiety, or limitations. Perhaps you question why income slips away even though you keep striving. Today, you are being offered a key that breaks the cycle of unproductive effort and discloses another way forward. Prepare yourself, widen your perspective, and sharpen your inner listening. Because when you speak this phrase, something inside you will shift for the better. Reflect on the mystery of a single word. Language is never indifferent. Each sound carries a resonance that reaches beyond what you expect. Your words may seem to vanish as soon as they are spoken, but in truth, they move into the hidden structure that supports your life. In that network, they act as seeds, and like any seed, they sprout in time. Florence Scovel Shinn made this clear. What you say functions like a law that molds what comes next. If your language is rooted in shortage, duty, or fear, the echo of those declarations produces more of that reality. By contrast, when you proclaim abundance and confirm prosperity, the universe shifts its unseen arrangements to respond to what you have spoken. Consider this: everything that fills your life right now, your home, your finances, your relationships, began as language. You also named your fears, doubts, and longings, and life arranged itself accordingly. A word does not pause to check your worthiness or readiness. It simply brings forth what it announces. That is the core of intentional speech. Its power is not measured by constant repetition. Mountains shift not through loudness, but through the quality of faith stirred in the instant you speak. A sincere prayer given with certainty that what you cannot see has already answered outweighs 100 automatic repetitions. Imagine a key. A single assured turn unlocks the door. There is no need to strain in anxiety. The correct movement at the proper moment is enough for the lock to give way. This is the way empowered speech works, not by obsession, but by a clear proclamation, and then rest within trust. Many go wrong by treating holy phrases like empty templates. People can repeat words without end, but if fear remains inside, nothing changes. Language is like an arrow. It must be launched by the bowstring of faith. Without that inner pressure and certainty, the phrase floats without force and never reaches its mark. So before taking up the next affirmation, it is wise to understand the deeper law. This is not a normal sentence or a trivial instant. It is a decree meant to rise from the determination of someone who has decided to leave scarcity behind for good. Remember this: a single word spoken from real faith can transform everything. Florence Scovel Shinn, and what she named the science of the word. Although many know Florence Scovel Shinn for her spiritual books, her impact extended beyond the titles. She outlined a system showing that speech, the active living verb, is the force directing our lives. At a time when women's voices were constrained, hers shone as a beacon. She taught that we live under subtle laws that respond to intentional declaration, and that if we do not develop inner command in our words, we can be trapped by the very phrases we misuse. Notice this habit. How frequently do you catch yourself saying, "I can't," "It's hard," "I never have enough"? Without realizing it, such sentences solidify into orders that life obediently enacts. Every declaration of scarcity activates a definite law that generates the same circumstance again. Florence insisted that the remedy is not to fight life or exhaust yourself with effort, but to reshape your language. When your speech matches abundance, the invisible realm rearranges circumstances to deliver what you have spoken. She called this the science of the word, not as a display of scholarship, but because it operates as a reliable law. Just as gravity is consistent, so is this: you speak and life responds. Speak harm and you create chains. Speak blessing and the path opens. Her teaching holds unusual force. She did not promote dull, mechanical repetition. She encouraged making declarations with the certainty that they are already fulfilled, often saying, "Never underestimate the power of a word spoken in faith. It can move invisible armies in your favor." And though you may think of money as fixed and far away, Florence saw it as flexible energy, answering the quality of your speech even more than your labor. Your awakening begins here. As these ideas settle in, you see an enduring truth: you are not limited by markets, the past, or duties. You are a creator, and your greatest instrument is not physical strength, but the decree delivered through your voice. So when you reach the moment of speaking the power phrase, you will understand it not as an external gimmick, but as the meeting of science and sacred practice, the deliberate use of the original law through which spoken language creates, the concealed law of prosperity's frequency. Each word contains sound, and sound carries vibration that reaches into what is unseen. Just as a note can make a distant string tremble, your speech summons forces that have been awaiting your signal. Prosperity, like all energy, has a frequency. When you live in fear, obsession, or resentment, your tone lowers and attracts experiences that maintain distress. But when you speak from confidence, adequacy, and certainty, your voice becomes a magnet for wealth. Florence expressed this plainly: people change their lives by changing what they say. This is not decoration, it is a spiritual law. Your word choice sets the frequency of your entire life. Ask yourself, what station are you tuned to right now? Imagine money as an ongoing broadcast. Only those who tune correctly can receive it. If your thoughts and words vibrate with scarcity, you fail to catch the signal even while abundance is still being sent. If you shift your language and tune your voice to the pitch of wealth, you will begin to receive it, and money will flow toward you like water. This is what many overlook, merely hoping for. Prosperity is not enough. You must speak as someone who already lives in it, because your words reveal and secure the frequency you inhabit. You may say, "I want abundance," but if your inner dialogue keeps repeating, "I don't have, I lack, I can't," then your true station remains scarcity. Life responds to the real frequency, not the performance. The task then is to discipline your speech so it transmits prosperity before you see it. Speak abundance in advance because language is a seed, and seeds do not grow the moment they are placed in soil. You plant now, and the season later unveils the harvest. Therefore, when the time comes to receive the secret sentence, speak it not as begging, but as acknowledgement. Not as a supplicant, but as an owner recognizing what already belongs to them. I welcome a concrete marker. Share the affirmation. I activate my decree of wealth under grace. Let it function as your signature and outward testimony that what you have spoken is already in effect. Remember, this is not anxious, obsessive repetition. It is attunement, faith, and permission for the unseen to honor its promise. Your decree is vibrating through the field. Now let your everyday choices come into alignment with that frequency. The quiet fear of too much. Beneath awareness, a soft unease can remain the worry that you might receive more than you can manage. Strangely, many people stop short not due to lack of ability, but because they feel apprehensive about what real abundance could bring. Ask yourself honestly if tomorrow you received far beyond any expectation. What would you feel? Happiness, release, openness, and maybe a shadow beneath it. Can I manage it well? What if I lose it? Will people judge me? Might it change who I am? This concern becomes a delicate tether that limits growth. While your conscious thoughts reach for prosperity, your subconscious may suspect that having too much could harm you, and whatever it dreads, it tends to repel. Florence Scovel Shinn reminded us, nothing is too great for God to give, nor too small for you to receive. When you truly take this in, the fear starts to melt. Supply that comes under grace does not damage, stain, or distort. It comes with structure, balance, and safeguarding. Many connect wealth with suffering because they have watched it unravel others. But the problem is not money, it is a lack of consciousness. Wealth amplifies what is already present. If you are generous, more resources broaden your generosity. If you are guided by wisdom, more increases your judgment. If your heart is clean, abundance enlarges your light. The core teaching is this: don't fear plentiful supply, because the universe does not send more than you can bear with grace. Although fear whispers that too much will crush you, lived reality shows true provision adjusts to your expanding ability. Imagine a powerful rise of resources. Instead of submerging you, it lifts you like a surfer standing up to ride and work with the wave. This is how abundance under grace behaves. What once looked like excess becomes supportive lift. Therefore, start declaring, I free myself from the fear of receiving too much. Everything that comes to me comes under grace in a perfect, harmonious, and surprising way. And if this message resonates with you, subscribe and turn on alerts. Each fresh lesson becomes another stride that prepares you to hold what the universe is already unfolding for you. Don't fear abundance. The real risk is remaining in a scarcity posture right as prosperity arrives, when money moves like a landslide. Imagine opening a dam, first a small flow, then the built-up pressure breaks through and the narrow stream becomes an unstoppable rush. This reflects how resources behave once a strong decree is activated. They spill in like a waterfall. You have spoken the word, prepared your heart, and loosened fear. Then what happens? Supply waiting for your permission starts arriving quickly through unexpected routes. That speed can rattle people. They ask, why is everything coming at once? Can I really handle it? Stay grounded in this principle. What arrives under grace does not harm, it supports. The surge isn't meant to crush you, it is meant to lift you. Wealth may appear as new opportunities, a new business, a well-timed collaboration, or a surprise promotion. It may also come as gifts, debts being cleared, inheritances, or benefactors you never anticipated. Every pathway is possible because the source behind reality is not constrained. Your task is to remain receptive, flexible, and grateful. You don't control a wave by force. You receive it. Don't obsessively recount it or grip it in panic. Receive it with thanks and manage it wisely. Remember what is frequently forgotten: money behaves like moving energy. Anxious hoarding slows its movement, assured circulation increases it. So when the swell arrives, your best safeguard is gratitude and generosity. Give thanks for every incoming amount, whatever its scale. Set aside a portion to serve others. This helps keep the flow clear and moving. Florence Scovel Shinn reminded us, "What you give with joy returns to you multiplied," and during an influx of money, that principle becomes even more visible. Don't contract in fear or cling tightly. Let wealth circulate, and you will see it renew itself again and again. As a current act, state openly, "I receive large sums of money with joy and gratitude." Say it with awareness, not as a rote ritual. Let the affirmation be your symbol and entryway for the flow that is approaching. Remember, the surge is not accidental. It is the natural outcome of the decree you set in motion. You opened the gate and planted the seed. Now your role is to maintain the state you called forth. Don't retreat from the wave. Practice riding it. The current of abundance comes to expand your life beyond old boundaries. This is the power held within a single decree. You have moved through a spiritual process. You started because you sensed one sentence could transform your financial life. Over time, you recognized, just as Florence Scovel Shinn taught, that words are keys. Your voice holds creative power, and faith plants the seed of what seems miraculous. You are different now, having learned this is not a mechanical chant, but an intentional, faith-filled declaration spoken with an open heart. You have examined the force of language, the practiced skill of spoken words, the vibration of prosperity, the heart's readiness, the revealing of the decree, its real-world activation, the release of fear, and finally, the motion of abundance as it surges. And it all began with one sentence: "I now receive large sums of money under grace," in a perfect, harmonious, and surprising way. That request has already been planted within you and is now alive there. No matter what your senses tell you or what your account shows, the decree is already working. The seed is set in unseen soil, and its harvest cannot be prevented. I ask only this: continue to trust and don't fall back into old language of fear and lack. Tell yourself each day the gate is open, the setting is fixed, and the key is in your hands. As a final act of faith, state openly, "I am a witness to my own abundance." Say it out loud, because testimony strengthens what is being formed. As others witness it, and as you return to your own statements, the affirmation gathers deeper resonance in the unseen. One more note before we close: the universe does not stay empty. It continually seeks vessels to bless, and it now recognizes your willingness. Open your hands, your heart, and your days, because these words were not random sound. They sealed a covenant with lasting prosperity. If you want ongoing insights, more power decrees, and further Florence Scovel Shinn inspired lessons to expand every area of your life, subscribe to this channel. Here you will continue to see the unseen responding to your declarations, your faith moving barriers, and your life reshaping beyond what you once expected. Hold this clearly: the power is in your speech, the key is in your voice, and you have already turned it. Prepare yourself, abundance is already moving toward you. Breathe with me now. Inhale through your nose for a count of 4. Hold for 2. Exhale through your mouth for 6. Do it one more time. Excellent. Faith is not pressure. Faith is not clenched teeth, a tight brow, or begging at a stubborn gate. Faith is alignment. Imagine an orchestra before the performance. Every instrument tunes to the same A. The oboe offers the pitch. The strings listen, make small adjustments, and settle in. No one fights to force the sound. Fingers relax, wrists shift, a peg turns, and resonance snaps into place. That is how faith looks and feels. You do not force prosperity. You come into harmony with it. Hold this image, a tuning fork, sounding a clean note. As it rings nearby, strings begin to vibrate with it. That is resonance. A sincere, heartfelt decree works like that fork. The provision you call for is like the string that responds on its own. The crucial difference is this: a flat decree is like someone pretending to be in tune and hoping it isn't noticed. A true decree lands in the body and feels unmistakably right. Try a small exercise. First, say this in a flat, lifeless way, simply to observe money comes to me. Keep it monotone. Let your mind drift. Check your body. Most likely, nothing changes in any noticeable way. Now, let that go. Soften your shoulders. Place one hand on your chest and the other over the lower abdomen. Unclench your jaw. Let the breath drop deeper. Say this not louder, but truer. Under grace in perfect ways, my supply is now. Pause and notice. Did your breath change? Did your ribs lift? Did warmth collect beneath your hand? This shows how faith works: a feeling-charged decree versus anxious repetition. Anxious repetition is like trying to drive a nail into stone. A feeling-charged decree is like placing a seed into prepared soil. The seed already contains its own instructions. Let's map the inner signals. Anxious repetition shows up as a tight throat, high, shallow breaths, restless eyes, and a mind counting words in a rush. Its hidden script says, I hope this works, what if it doesn't? An aligned decree appears as softened shoulders, a relaxed belly fuller, breathing calmer eyes, and a grounded sense of naturally. Its inner voice says, this is already in motion. One more illustration. I will say the line first in a flat way and then in an aligned way. Notice the contrast that becomes clear. Flat delivery. I am abundant. True delivery. I am in harmony with abundance. I live under grace. When words land deeply inside you, your nervous system begins to embody the meaning. You stop running from lack and instead stand with the source that confirms you are provided for. Now let's begin a brief recalibration sequence. Body alignment: soften the jaw and let the tongue settle on the bottom of the mouth. Let the shoulders drop. Lengthen the exhale so it exceeds the inhale. Attention alignment: place your focus on one steady line. I am safe to receive. Decree alignment: say one solid statement a single time as if you are naming something already true. Under grace in perfect ways, my prosperity is inevitable and present now. Notice what occurred. There was no chanting. We adjusted the signal. We moved into alignment. In the spirit of Florence Scovel Shinn's teaching, your word operates as a wand, not a hammer used to force outcomes. Pause briefly. With your eyes closed for 3 quiet breaths, let all striving dissolve. If the mind demands proof, let that demand pass through. Evidence usually follows alignment rather than preceding it. This is not about exertion. The aim is to meet the right frequency. We will carry this felt state into everyday speech because language is where your tuning lives each day. Every casual comment becomes a tuning fork that resonates with abundance or one that resonates with lack. The next practice is a language audit. a soft cleanup of phrases that pull you out of tune. Welcome to the practice portion. Grab a pen or open your notes app. The method is to list, then replace gently, even playfully. Nothing heavy, nothing dramatic, just ordinary upkeep in your vocabulary closet. Step 1. Write down the scarcity phrases you actually say. Examples include, "That's too expensive. I can't afford it. Money doesn't grow on trees. I'm just bad with money. Every time I get ahead, something happens. It's not payday yet. Rich people are greedy. I'll never catch up. I'm always broke by the 20th. Done with the list, great." Now apply Shinn's remedy under grace in perfect ways. We do not invent. We reframe through grace, combining honest reality with steady expectation. That's too expensive. If this is mine under grace, the funds come in perfect ways. I evaluate timing and value with calm clarity. I can't afford it. I'm practicing stewardship. If it's right for me, provision meets me. Money doesn't grow on trees. Money circulates like oxygen. I breathe in, I breathe out, I receive. I'm just bad with money. I'm learning stewardship easily. I'm guided toward wise, simple systems. Every time I get ahead, something happens. Under grace, I have a cushion. Unexpected events become bonuses, not setbacks. It's not payday yet. Supply comes through many channels. Income flows in expected and unexpected ways. Rich people are greedy. Arrow abundance amplifies purpose. I encounter generous wealth in many places. I'll never catch up. Arrow, I am right on time. My ledger balances with ease. I'm always broke by the 20th. My month moves with surplus. I enjoy more than enough. Go ahead and laugh if you want. Humor loosens the mouth, and a loosened mouth tends to speak more gently. This is not forcing your mind. It is thoughtful curation of your everyday inner soundtrack. Practical places to update your wording include bills before, bills again. After reframed intent, thank you for the services I enjoy. I pay with gratitude, funds return multiplied under grace. This expresses appreciative exchange. Payment is given with thanks, and the return is welcomed as a multiplied flow under grace. Negotiation context wording that supports clear value-centered conversations about pay and terms. Prior stance, I hate asking for money. A common line that casts negotiation as unpleasant and limiting. Preferred stance, I communicate the value clearly. I welcome fair compensation under grace. This shifts from resistance to clarity and openness to just terms guided by grace. Suggested meeting language. Given the scope and outcomes, the aligned fee is $. Underscore, 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 underscore. I'm open to terms that work beautifully for both of us. This anchors the price and scope while inviting a mutually supportive agreement. Receiving context language for gracious acceptance that keeps circulation open without guilt or deflection. Prior reflex. You didn't have to. I can't accept this. A reply that resists receiving and quietly shuts down generosity. Revised response. Thank you. I receive with joy. Your generosity returns to you multiplied under grace. This receives warmly and blesses the giver with a multiplied return. Unplanned expense context language that preserves steadiness and calls in replenishment instead of feeding lack-based stories. Prior reaction. Great, there goes my savings. A framing that highlights loss and depletion. Updated reaction, I am covered. I bless this expense and call in replenishment and more under grace. This affirms having enough and invites graceful replacement with overflow. Self-concept context adjustments to inner speech that support right-timed growth instead of comparison or shame. Old narrative, I'm behind. Everyone else has figured it out. A comparison-based script that erodes confidence and trust in timing. New narrative, I'm learning on time. I'm guided step by step, emphasizes timely learning and ongoing guidance. Call and response practice, you hear a scarcity line and respond aloud with the empowering rephrase to imprint new language patterns. Prompt and response, I can't afford it. I'm choosing stewardship. If it's mine, funds arrive under grace. This reply affirms choice and grace-led provision. Prompt and response, money is so hard to make. Arrow, value meets value. Money comes easily and frequently under grace. Reframes strain as aligned value exchange and consistent inflow. Prompt and response. It's selfish to have more. More allows me to serve more. Wealth amplifies purpose under grace, connects greater resources to expanded service and purpose. Prompt and response. People will judge me. I live under grace, not under judgment. My life is a blessing. Places grace, not others' opinions, as the ruling frame. Consider the hose image the faucet is on, and supply is available. Yet a kink near the spigot restricts movement. The kink symbolizes resentments toward people, systems, or yourself. The system does not care about the reasons. Releasing the kink restores flow. In this view, forgiveness is the simple unkinking that reopens circulation. This practice neither excuses harm nor denies injustice. Instead, it chooses to stop letting past events keep charging the present with ongoing costs. Emotionally, resentments resemble overdue accounts, an inner claim that they owe me. The debt may be real, yet holding those symbolic invoices tightens circulation and shrinks capacity for new inflow. We continue with a gentle release exercise, no forcing, only willingness that allows a gradual loosening. Somatic setup, sit tall with feet grounded. Lengthen the exhale beyond the inhale. Rest a hand on the heart. If emotion surfaces, allow it respectfully as part of the clearing. Guided phrases for release, repeat softly and with intention. I am willing to release the debts I've been carrying in my heart. I forgive myself for choices made in fear. I acted with the tools I had. I forgive the person or system that felt like a wall. I free myself from replaying the scene. I forgive the moments money seemed like a judge. Money is neutral. I return it to its proper role as a servant. I release vows of struggle and scarcity, spoken and unspoken. Under grace, I choose ease. I forgive myself for overspending to feel loved, for undercharging because I feared rejection, for avoiding bills because I felt overwhelmed, for using money to numb. I bring these into the light. The light dissolves the knot. Follow along cadence, repeat each line with a slow, unhurried breath to deepen integration. I bless the past. I bless the lessons. I bless my nervous system for trying to protect me. I bless my future with clean hands. Under grace, I am free. Return to the hose metaphor, sense the kink loosening. First drips becoming a steady stream. If particular people or scenes appear, gently say, I release you to your highest good. I am not your jailer. Then exhale to seal the release. Cultural myths quietly shape behavior, yet they can be rewritten. In this session, several limiting stories are laid down and replaced with truths aligned with Shinn's language and approach. Myth 1. Spiritual people should be poor. Truth response. Spiritual people should be led. Guidance often includes resourced callings, authorship, supported care, created art, sustained teams. Poverty is not holiness, but circumstance. Grace guides both the outcome and the provision. Wealth held under grace widens purpose. Myth 2. Money corrupts. Truth response. Money amplifies. It mirrors the person who holds it. Fear-based stewardship multiplies fear. Faithful stewardship multiplies good fruit. Your role is formation, focus, and structure. Then money operates as a tool that expands impact. Myth 3. If I succeed, I'll be alone. Truth response. Aligned success gathers aligned community. Flourishing signals possibility. Those attuned to purpose tend to come closer rather than disappear. Myth 4. Wanting more is greedy. Truth response. Wanting more for sacred reasons is holy. Examples include harmony at home, just compensation time with family, and meaningful creative contribution. Desire led by grace directs you toward rightful work. Myth 5. There's only so much to go around. Truth response. Supply has infinite channels. Examples include contracts, reimbursements, royalties, gifts, dividends, adjusted pay, corrected errors, and original ideas. Letting go of fixation on one route reveals many points of entry. Receiving is somatic. Often, exactly when payment arrives, praise is given, or a gift shows up, the body contracts, jaw, belly, or shoulders, even if the mind agrees. This mismatch indicates a protective pattern at work. The goal is to retrain the body so its signals match mental agreement and a sincere willingness to receive. Brief body scan protocol. Close your eyes and release tension step by step. Smooth the forehead, ease the brow, soften behind the eyes. Unclench the jaw with the tongue resting. Drop the shoulders, soften the abdomen. Let the tailbone release. Unfurl the toes. Visualization. Cue picture money as gentle warmth rather than a rush, moving through open hands, warming and widening the chest, then settling in the abdomen like a small sun. Prioritize steadiness instead of overwhelm. Micro practice 1. Elongated exhale. Inhale for 4 counts. Exhale for 8. Repeat 5 rounds. Longer exhalations signal safety to the nervous system and increase the body's ability to receive. Micro practice 2. Hand to heart cue. Rest a hand over the heart and say, yes to support. Pause until warmth is felt, taken as somatic consent. Use this before money tasks like opening emails, sending invoices, or checking balances. Micro practice 3. Receiving nod. Take compliments plainly. Nod and respond, thank you. I receive that. Then pause for 2 breaths to let the praise land, slowly replacing deflection with welcome. Capacity metaphor. The cup, your ability to receive, is shaped by the size of the vessel. Strain squeezes the container while insisting on more. Safety enlarges the cup. Each long exhale lifts the rim. Each hand on heart widens the sides, increasing capacity with less spillover or waste. If receiving brings nausea or fluttering, meet it with kindness instead of judgment. Say, thank you for protecting me when things felt uncertain. We're safe now. This reparenting gesture supports the nervous system and serves as a sacred restorative practice. Immediate drill. Do 2 rounds of extended exhale breathing, then place a hand on your chest and affirm yes to support. Notice small changes in calmness and receptivity. Boundary metaphor as an unfenced garden draws both pollinators and grazers. Prosperity without boundaries can invite misalignment. A prosperity perimeter is a gentle, clear, boundary-wise yes/no. Choices fitting opportunities and simple systems for stewardship. Example boundary script. Thank you for thinking of me. I'm a no to this project and a yes to future work that fits. Oh. It conveys gratitude while keeping alignment intact. Example pricing script. My rate for this scope is $_____. If that works, I'm excited to proceed. Clear, tied to scope, and friendly. Example policy script. I don't do unpaid trials, but I'm happy to share case studies. It sets a limit while providing a helpful option. Example timing script. I need 24 hours to consider. I'll circle back tomorrow. It creates space to reflect without shutting anything down. Inflow protocol. Greet receipts with a steady breath. Allocate into simple buckets. Cushion reserve. Giving joyful spending operations. Record each entry with thank you for this, more under grace. Then close the books and return to life. Discount boundary scenario reply. with gratitude and sustainability. I appreciate the interest. To deliver at the quality, I promise the fee is $______. If budget is fixed, we can reduce scope to terroirs. It protects standards while offering choices. Principle of diverse channels. Provision is creative. Loosening fixation on one doorway allows resources to come through other routes. Practice steady expectancy without clinging. Illustrative list of possible inflow channels. Non-exhaustive pay increases or bonus awards. New clients gained or contracts signed. Royalties and licensing income. Refunds, account credits, or pricing corrections. Back pay and corrected invoices. Gifts named or anonymous. Found money cash, discovered unclaimed property recovered. Dividends and interest income, resale proceeds or consignment sales, affiliate commissions or referral fees. Grants or scholarship funds, debts forgiven or restructured under grace. Lower rent or favorable lease incentives. Windfalls such as inheritances or contest wins. Returned overpayments discovered by vendors or services. Tax credits or adjustments. Partnership revenue shares. Example subscription refund after affirming under grace. Align my outflow, a provider noticed duplicate charges and automatically refunded a full year. The notification arrived titled, "We owe you." Example back pay, someone declared all that is mine by divine right arrives. Later, HR discovered a prior payroll mistake and issued a lump sum adjustment. Example found check while cleaning, someone found an uncashed rebate. They deposited it and chose a small grocery upgrade as a celebratory gesture. Example price adjustment, a calm request. I trust this can be made right. Led support to issue a courtesy credit, illustrating a graceful resolution. Embodied cue with hands open, imagine each finger as a channel and quietly say, I release attachment to a single path. I welcome expected and surprising supply under grace. This prepares openness to many avenues. Expectancy protocols without clinging, daily cues that strengthen awareness of provision. Morning affirmation, I am available to provision. It establishes a receptive posture for the day. Evening reflection. I noticed supply today and _thank you. It names specific channels and grounds gratitude. Journaling practice, keep a channels list and record even small arrivals. This trains perception to notice both tiny streams and larger flows. Gratitude functions as practical participation in an interdependent system, not as performance. In the harvest model, you allocate use, some store, some, and plant some. Gratitude helps guide these shares with ease instead of strain. Practice line. Thank you for this. More, please, under grace. Use it even for small receipts to normalize grateful receiving and graceful increase. Use the phrase in ordinary moments, discounts kind words, a gifted coffee, or a handed-down chair. Whisper it when tipping and when recording paid invoices. Thank you for this. More, please, under grace. Consistent repetition helps establish an abundance-friendly baseline. Sensory appreciation, hold a coin or receipt. Feel the texture and stamped details. Breathe in the paper's scent. Listen for the soft rustle. Let gratitude live in touch, smell, and sound, not only in the mind. When gratitude is sensed physically, it becomes concrete and immediate. Modest inflows, meaningful impact. A $5 refund is more than its value. It is life signaling, I see you. When you answer that signal, a quiet acknowledgement can become a continuing dialogue. After establishing the foundation, cultivating inner soil, attuning your tone, auditing speech, settling emotional ledgers, training the body to receive, setting limits, naming channels, and practicing gratitude. You are ready for the central practice, a decree spoken once not limited to meditation posture, but carried into daily life with ceremonial clarity. Step into the stream by writing, "Thank you more under grace," a small gesture that tunes you to the current already in motion. We begin now softly with ease and without strain. Sit or lie back with the spine naturally long. Place your hands gently over the heart on the belly, or open in receiving. Let the eyes soften. Let the back widen. Sense the ground holding you. With honest intention, allow this space to become a sanctuary. Quietly affirm, "This is my safe, simple, sacred time." Inhale softly through the nose. Exhale slower than the inhale, like a familiar tide returning. Repeat. Regard the breath as a shoreline's steady arrival and release. Let each exhale loosen guarded tension, and let each inhale welcome the impulse of blessing. Keep the tone safe, simple, sacred. Sweep attention across scalp and forehead, inviting softness. Unclench the space between the brows. Let the eyes settle safely like stars in a quiet sky. Soften the base of the tongue. Let the jaw unclasp as though held by grace. Let the throat open like a doorway. Imagine warmth moving through the neck, washing away leftover sentences of anxiety. Keep breathing. With each steady cycle, shoulders release and the shoulder blades drop like leaves returning to earth. A gentle golden glow seems to ignite across the chest, warm, generous. Without words, you know, here I am present. Bring kind attention to the arms, elbows, wrists, and palms. Notice the power in your 10 fingertips portals for giving and for receiving. As you inhale, imagine a light breeze lifting weight from the hands. As you exhale, let grasping return to the larger wisdom able to hold it. Move attention to the ribcage, the home of breath. Let the inhale reach the back ribs as if polishing a bell. Let the belly fall like silk. Feel the hips hold you as a shoreline holds the sea, steady, supportive. Picture the pelvis as a radiant bowl already full. Repeat inwardly, safe, simple, sacred. Turn attention in sequence to thighs, knees, calves, ankles, and feet, 10 more gateways resting on the earth. Gently spread the toes in shoes or in open air. Feel the ground's dependable kindness, solid, calm, certain. Support exists without effort. Listen more deeply beneath thought and motion. There is a quiet ocean that has always been there. Imagine yourself at dawn on a pale shoreline, the sky opalescent, the sea breathing for you. In the still gap between waves, a blessing rises. You recognize this silence. It hums with I am. Each breath works like a tide, smoothing the inner shoreline of the nervous system. Fear marks begin to soften and disappear. New level sand appears open, prepared. Rest awareness there, lightly placed like a shell on a shelf, simple, beautiful enough. Set intention without pressure. Say what is true in Florence's brave rhythm. I speak once under grace and in perfect ways. I release it and I receive. Let the words touch down like petals on water. The sacred does not demand heaviness or effort. Notice the mind's impulse to repeat and explain. Greet it kindly, then return attention to the ocean's rhythm. The sea does not rush, it moves with quiet strength. Your role is to place the decree on that rhythm. The water's role is to carry it where it belongs. Imagine a dawn gold light gathering in the heart. Each inhale strengthens it. Each exhale spreads it wider. It moves through chest and limbs, down to the feet, and up through throat, face, and crown, until the skin feels like a soft edge around radiance. This light isn't pushed. It comes from consent, your willingness to allow. Affirm inside, I am already inside my answered prayer. I am safe to receive. Then rest in a generous pause, seconds of openness where no effort is needed because the process is already underway. The shoreline seems to widen, revealing calm helpers, the attendants of grace lined along the sand. Without speaking loudly, they radiate steady capability, as if saying, "We heard you," before the request even took shape. Their presence settles you rather than agitates you. You sense how alignment immediately sets supportive forces in motion, seen and unseen. Ready yourself for the rite. Gather the breath, lengthen the spine, or widen the shoulders as though conducting a choir with a steady pitch. Keep the posture reverent but easy. Bring hands together or open them like blank pages. Let the face soften and the belly relax, inviting the nervous system to rest under your guidance. The decree will be spoken once, and then you will receive. Remember, this is safe, simple, sacred. If the body trembles, let the shaking live inside grace. If tears come, let them be your consent. This is not an exam to succeed at. It is an embrace you step into. Listen to the sea's quiet invitation. When you are ready, speak. There is no rush. Your timing is precise. Choose to sit, kneel, or stand holding dignity and ease together. Let the crown feel light, the heart bright. Keep hands open or place a palm on the heart. Take 3 slow, reverent breaths. Breath 1, inhale the certainty of order. Exhale the memory of frantic effort. Let impatience fall away like old scales sliding into water. Breath 2, inhale the belief that good is moving toward you. Exhale the urge to force. Trust the tide's steadiness. Breath 3, inhale under grace. Exhale in perfect ways. Feel how these words gently arrange the atmosphere around you. Let silence expand. In that stillness, notice the attendants of grace move closer, gentle, bright, capable, forming a quiet circle of witness. Their presence conveys, you have never been alone in this. I will present the decree line by line, repeat aloud with steady authority without strain, full of clarity. Let your voice sound like a bell that signals the tide to move. I speak this decree once under grace and in perfect ways. Divine substance, move as money that blesses and does not harm. Flow to me now through expected and unexpected channels in right amounts with perfect timing for perfect use, leaving everyone better. I am a clear channel of provision, guided in right action, paid in right measure, protected in every transaction, and generous without fear. I accept the finished work I release, the how I welcome the when I trust the who. Let every account align, every invoice clear, every door that is mine to walk through open with ease, and every door not mine close gently and finally. By the law of love, by the law of non-resistance, by the law of demonstration, this, or something better now, manifests under grace in perfect ways. Angels and assistants of grace organize the details, arrange right meetings, deliver right ideas, and keep me in peace while it comes. I speak it once, and I let it be. Amen. And so it is under grace. Place one hand on the heart and one on the abdomen. Notice the vibration moving through you, like a bell's note traveling through wood. Sense the decree as a living instruction radiating outward, not just words. The quiet attendants come close, not to take your burden, but to witness your release, sealing lips, heart, and hands with light. The act is done. Stay in open quiet. Imagine the decree as a clear, bottled message placed on the sea. You will not chase it or try to send it again. The ocean knows where to deliver it, choosing the most faithful path, even if it looks indirect. You remain on the shore, aware and receptive. Let the body become calm. Close the lips, soften the tongue, release the hands. When thoughts question, answer gently. We spoke once under grace. If old stories arise, let them pass through and out. Sacred silence is not emptiness. It is fertile ground. Sense the helpers of grace extending care around your home finances, work, and pathways. Like skilled weavers, they manage unseen threads, messages and money meetings and permissions, reserves and remedies, forgiveness and goodwill, creating a fabric that will appear at the right time and place. Stay with this completing stillness. No more words are required. Silence is the seal. When the quiet ends on its own, it does not stop anything. It signals the process continues independently beyond your management. Let that certainty allow you to rest. Put language down and live inside the knowing silence that keeps working. Inhale inwardly, it is done. Exhale inwardly, under grace. Inhale, I am provided for. Exhale, in perfect ways. Imagine a soft wind brushing the sea currents, moving with their own intelligence. Just as you don't have to dissect a sunrise to feel its warmth, you don't have to chart every route to receive what is meant for you. Let thoughts be like feathers on water. Let sensations be waves that calm. Let emotions be short rains that nourish and then pass. If a support line helps use, I let it move. Another helpful line, I am already inside the answered prayer. Take 3 slow breaths on your own. With each exhale, imagine the decree traveling forward with certainty. With each inhale, picture your capacity to receive widening like a sail trimmed well to the wind. Even when you begin speaking again, the silence continues to work. Keep a small store of quiet in your day. It does what effort cannot. Honor it and let it act. When you feel ready, move gently back into ongoing alignment. The lines below are not a repetition of the decree. They are everyday prompts meant to keep you aligned with where you are headed. Speak them in simple moments, washing dishes, answering messages, stepping outdoors. Leave a small pause between lines so each carries weight without effort. Keep the phrases that genuinely resonate and release the others. The goal is mindful guidance, not pressure. I move within effortless provision. I am guided toward right action. My timing is blessed and exact. Money blesses as it arrives under grace. It is safe for me to receive and safe for me to give. Every exchange benefits everyone involved. I choose calm instead of control. I allow the best way to find me. Work and business. My work is valuable, useful, and well compensated. My right people find me. Those who value my work respect it and pay gladly. I meet deadlines easily and deliver more than promised without strain. Clear agreements bless every project. I speak with confidence and listen with care. I price with honesty and receive with joy. Right ideas arrive on time and organize themselves into results. I delegate well. Help shows up when I ask. Every yes is clean, every no is kind. My calendar guides me in ease. Unexpected opportunities arrive prepared and aligned. I release hustle. I welcome momentum. Bills and obligations language and posture for paying, clearing, and blessing financial commitments while remaining in grace. Every bill is an invitation to bless and to be blessed. I honor my obligations under grace and perfect ways. Funds arrive in the right amounts at the right moment. Debt dissolves like fog in sunlight. Interest becomes benefit. Fees become favor. Payment plans appear that are gentle and fair. I release what I believed money meant about me. I thank every provider and pay in peace. Receipts become testimonies. Balance sheets balance themselves in right order. Unexpected income and bonuses, welcoming pleasant financial surprises, and recognizing them as aligned provision. I draw delightful surprises to me. Checks, credits, rebates, and gifts find their way to me cleanly. Bonuses and back payments catch up with me now. Refunds appear at the perfect time. Hidden money becomes obvious money. Opportunities I forgot about return with increase. Found money is blessed money. I receive more than I asked, better than I imagined, and gentler than I hoped. Welcoming assistance, adopting clear, cheerful openness to wise support and collaborative grace. Help is holy. I ask clearly and receive cheerfully. I let others feel the joy of giving. I accept wise counsel and release fear-based advice. Doors open because I knock with grace. I am surrounded by competence and kindness. Partnerships prosper. Collaborations thrive. Community multiplies supply. Worthiness and identity, establishing inner permission to receive, belong, and steward abundance with calm clarity. I am the right person to receive my right good. Worthiness is not earned, it is recognized. My presence is prosperous. I belong in rooms where increase is normal. I am calm with large numbers. I treat money like a friendly guest, welcome, respected, and free. Shame dissolves, clarity remains. I enjoy being entrusted with more. Protection and integrity, sustaining clean channels, sharp discernment, and secure passage in every exchange. I am protected in every transaction. Only the right channels remain open. False doors close without drama. Scams and confusion are invisible to me. I pass by untouched. Integrity attracts integrity. Clean money flows in. Clean money flows out. Circulation and giving, keeping prosperity in motion with joy, so it multiplies and blesses widely. I circulate with joy and receive with joy. My giving multiplies my receiving. I give where it does the most good. I am an answer to someone's prayer, even as mine is answered. My tithe, my gift, my tip, each is a seed that knows what to become. I am trusted with much because I bless much. Steady in uncertainty, choosing patience, timing, and breath when outcomes unfold outside your control. Even now, supply is in motion. I do not argue with timing. I choose patience that doesn't leak. I rest in the wisdom of under grace. I breathe. I smile. I continue. I hold my shape in abundance. Right use and stewardship. Directing resources wisely through simple systems, trust, and peaceful adjustments. I know what to do with what I receive. Every dollar is a delegate. I give it a wise assignment. Budgets become blessing maps. Saving is a hymn of trust. Investing is a vote for the future I love. I track with ease. I adjust with peace. My receipts are little lanterns of gratitude. Home and surroundings, cultivating order, clarity, and beauty, so prosperity feels welcome to remain. My home is a treasury of calm. Clutter leaves, clarity remains. Everything has a place. Every bill has a home. Beauty multiplies where I place my attention. My wallet is clean. My accounts are tended. I welcome prosperity to sit down and stay a while. Closing refrain. Final affirmations that harmonize with the decree spoken once. I walk in effortless provision. I am guided to right action. Money blesses as it arrives under grace. All is unfolding in perfect ways, and I am grateful now. When the rhythm settles, let it settle. This is about alignment, not exertion. The one decree stays established. These lines act as supporting harmonies that help you remain tuned to it. If your eyes are open again, close them softly and return to that inner shoreline. Dawn rises toward morning, and with its light, quiet forms of provision begin to appear. Picture an envelope at your door, cream-toned, neatly addressed, your name written with affectionate care. You pick it up, the paper feels thick, The weight pleasantly settles in your palm. Inside is a check real present, properly addressed, with an amount that fits, and a gracious note for the work you do so well. Feel the pen's easy glide as if you had written it yourself. Notice the postmark, perfectly timed. Your phone vibrates not with urgency, but with a friendly green-tinged alert deposit received. The numbers appear clean and crisp, like freshly laundered linen. The sender is familiar a client who recently said not yet. Under grace, hesitation matured into now without any pressure. Notice your shoulders instead of tensing. They relax even more, as though this result had always been part of the design. A second notification appears approved. You read it with calm. The application you nearly forgot is accepted with kind terms. The wording feels respectful. A deadline moves in your favor, not through pleading, but through a schedule that seems to cooperate with you. Even the ground beneath you feels supportive, as if affirming your next steps. Your inbox now shows paid, thank you. The gratitude lands in your chest like morning tea, warm, steady, and clear. An invoice you had already surrendered is suddenly resolved. The transfer slides into the right account, as if the internal pathways had just been smoothed.